Welcome to the City of Pahokee's Board Development course. This is one of 3 series. Our featured presenter today is Dr. Alvin Jackson, with over 35 years in the industry. He's also the author of It's Another Great Day. And with no further delays, Dr. Jackson, we turn it over to you, sir.
It is another great day in beautiful Pahokee, Florida, the great city on the lake of Okeechobee. And so it's great to be here this morning. I want to recognize the Honorable Mayor Babs, the Honorable Bolden, the Honorable Gonzalez, and the City Manager Rodney Lucas, City Clerk, and all the directors and the leaders here for the City of Pahokee. And so, you know, this is a great opportunity, and it's just a start, and I encourage, in particular, the elected officials. The only one that I know is, is Mayor Babs. And so down through the years as we attended the League of Cities, and Rodney said 35 years, but it's actually 38 years in this business. And I'll tell you a little bit about myself after I find out a little bit about you. So, you know, I'll need to get my clicker because they gave me the charge. And where do I point the clicker? Yeah, I'm doing the arrows. Okay. So alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. And so today's session is really to help everyone think about how do we work better to accomplish the mission of the City of Pahokee. And at the end of the day, it is really creating a dynamic, energetic, attractive community for your residents. You know, as I shared, I've been in this business 38 years, and for me, individually, there is a bottom line. And the bottom line for me in public service is touching the lives of people and making a difference. And I've had the opportunity to do that from Key West to Tallahassee, and making people's lives better. You as the elected officials, that's what you do. The policy role that you do make a difference within the community. So you have to work together. So this morning, I just want to go around the room. Tell us, who are you and where are you from? And maybe something that nobody really knows about you. We'll start with AJ.
Good morning. Been working for the city, September 34 years.
Wow.
And been a long time, another year.
Okay.
I'm Ladner. I'm new, as everybody knows, intern finance and HR director. Something not everybody knows about me.
Where are you from originally?
Born and raised in Southwest Kansas.
Okay. Where are you from? Pahokee. Okay. Mayor?
Good morning. My name is Mayor Keith W. Babb Jr. I've been the mayor now since 2016. This is my 3rd term as mayor. I've been a commissioner since 1992. I've been defeated twice, so this is the completion of 28 years as a city commissioner. Was born and raised in Pahokee, attended Pahokee High School, I was the I won't even put the year, but I was the athlete of the year my senior year in high school. I was an MVP in basketball. I started in football. I started in track and cross country. I've been a casework supervisor for Palm Beach County for 38 years. I was the first supervisor here for Division of Senior Services, and I retired 2 years ago after 38 years of service.
Awesome. Commissioner Bolden.
Hello, everyone. Newly elected commissioner for the city of Pahokee. I spent a lot of time, actually, before coming back to Pahokee doing youth development in Broward County. Children's Services Council funded youth force program. Managed a site in Lauderhill and the city of Miramar. They're actually located at the multi-service complex for a number of years. I came back home, did a little bit of time working for community partners, traveling throughout the county, meeting up with groups of students to do group sessions, and also get them involved in community service learning activities. After that, I actually started teaching at Pahokee Elementary. This is my 7th year now being back. So much of what I've done has been service. So that's pretty much it.
City Manager Lucas.
Interim City Manager Rodney Lucas, hail from East Texas, small town called Kilgore. From there, went to Kansas City, and then in 14 came down to lovely Florida. Been here ever since. Thing that I like to do is I like to restore old school vehicles.
Awesome.
Good morning, my name is Jacqueline Adams. I am the Deputy City Manager and the Director of Community and Economic Development. And I am a native of Palm Beach County, and I was born and raised in Riviera Beach.
Okay.
Pahokee is my home away from home, and I spend more time in Pahokee than I do in Idaho. And one of my favorite things is I love shoes.
Shoot.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tiwana Warner. I'm from Pahokee, Florida. I've worked in local government, federal government, state. Mostly all my jobs have been in public service, also education, and I love working with people. So this is why I chose this field. And thank you.
My name is Mike Pinckney. Was born in Houston, Texas, raised in Florida. Been with the city now for 4 years. Been working with children for almost 15 years now. Think that something people don't know about me. I don't like chocolate cake, but my grandfather gave me a special recipe for a chocolate cake. I can make that pretty well.
My name is Juan Gonzalez. I'm a city commissioner. My background is from working in sugar mills, and I also have I'm a journeyman in construction for electrical and welding. And just like Mr. Lucas, hobbies are restoring cars for shows and stay in the car industry.
Awesome.
My name is Noemi Polanco, and I'm originally from Mexico. I grew up there, but most of my life I've been in Pahokee. I don't know why, but I'm here. So, and I've been all these years. I started my family here. My kids grew up here in the U.S. So, and I started working for the city of Pahokee in September as well of 2007. So it's going to be 15 years now. I started in the accounting department, in the finance department, and I was there for 5 years, and now I've been in the building planning and zoning department as the manager of that department for the last, 12 years, almost. Less than that, 10 years.
Good. Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
good morning. My name is Jacqueline Ramsey. I'm originally from Jamaica. I've worked in human resources most of my life. I'm currently transitioning as risk manager.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Gregory Williams, Assistant Director for Parks and Rec, City of Pahokee. a native of South Bay, born and raised, live in Pahokee now. Something that you may not know, I've been working with youth for over 28 years now, in almost every capacity that you could think of. The detention center, Department of Juvenile Justice, to missions, to evangelism, prison ministry. But I think the one highlight that I often think about the most is having an opportunity to go to Africa, Lagos, Nigeria, and do a 10-day retreat, youth retreat. Something I'll never forget, a life-changing experience. But yeah, that.
Good.
I preach. No.
He's a preacher too?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a pastor, senior pastor as well.
Okay, which church?
Harlem Church of God in
Okay.
Clewiston, Florida.
Okay. Yes, sir. You snuck in.
My name is Paul Buxton. I'm originally from Pahokee, Florida. I worked in public service for 12 and a half years. Played football, Pahokee High School, ran track at Pahokee High School. I did 6 years service in the National Guard.
Good. Awesome. Very diverse group. You know, a lot of times we get so busy in our day-to-day work that we don't really know who we are working with except the job. But I think it's very good that we do get to know who we are. Let me just tell you a little bit about myself. I'm from a little city called Eustis, Florida. Eustis. And so I started out there and spent some time in college and University of Maryland, worked up in D.C. For a major government consulting firm, and then I came back to Florida. Actually, went back to Opelika, and I worked for Mayor Babs would remember him. I worked for Willie Logan. Willie Logan was the youngest mayor ever in the U.S. And became a very successful legislator. Being in this business 38 years, so I've served as city manager. My first city managing job was Eatonville, the nation's oldest incorporated town in the country. And so I was in Orlando. I went back to Lake County, city of Eustis, worked in my hometown. I was the deputy county administrator there, was their economic development director, and then came back to South Florida, where I was the deputy executive director for South Florida Water Management District from 2000 to 2006. And actually, there were two things that the governor charged me with. One is spreading the work around and making sure that our $2.4 billion budget was being spent with women-owned, minority-owned, local businesses. And the one project that I worked a lot on out in this area was the 22 square mile reservoir. Did they finish that?
No, it's still working on that.
Okay.
Near completion with the
So basically, that was about a $700 million project right down on 27. And basically, I was tasked with making sure that we use local labor. And basically, we created a world-class training program, heavy equipment, as well as construction workers to actually work on that job. And when you talk about satisfaction, I'll never forget, there was a young man actually from Pahokee that was, I think, 19, 20 years old. And actually, he was trying to support his mother who wasn't well. And when he finished his, I think it was an 8-week heavy equipment training, and he got his first job at working on the site. And so out of all this stuff that we do, policies, regulations, procurement, ordinances, at the end of the day, it really should be touching the lives of people like that young man and basically making a difference. And so that's that's me. I'm on the wind down. 3 more years. My mayor just got re-elected. She asked me to stay on throughout this her term, and then I'm out of the business. I've had fun. I've enjoyed it. But I tell you what I really enjoy is really working with commissions and staff because I think that I can share information that will help you become much more effective in how you basically manage the affairs of the city. Not the technical side, but basically how you build that culture and how to really start strategically thinking or planning. And so what I want to do is start off, just the topics we'll cover today is roles and functions of the governing Abort Council. And it's so important for staff to understand those roles. It's not just for the commissioners, but it's also important for you to understand their roles. Many times we kind of step into each other's roles, and we shouldn't. And I'm going to talk about that. We're going to talk about habits of effective boards, councils, and what is strategic thinking. And so that's going to be today. So since we're starting late, I'm not going to do the game in the essence of time. Boy, okay. So what I want to do is start off this morning talking about trust. You know, when we talk about a commission, it's amazing because each candidate runs on its own, and you have a platform, and you have good intentions, and that's what you sell to your constituents. It's almost like a job. I get in there, I have to sell myself on the job, but when I get to the job, it's a we job, not an I job. And so for elected officials, that's what happens. You sell I, but when you get on the board, actually it's a different approach. And so one of the components of that is trust. It's both emotional and logical. And if you don't think it's not emotional, that's why we get charged up when trust is broken. That's why we have attitudes when we can't with each other, when we can't trust each other. And so it is emotional and logical. And also I'm a preacher too. So there's also a spiritual aspect about trust. So you feel trust in any of the several emotions. One, emotionally, am I all right on the camera? I'm trying to read up here. Emotionally, trust is being able to talk about vulnerabilities to others with the understanding that the other party will not take advantage of your openness. So that's emotionally. And sometimes we protect. The reason we can't work together is because we are protecting our emotions and our vulnerabilities. Logically, trust is using your own assessment of a situation or a person using either data or experiences and concluding the person will behave in a predictive manner. So that's logically. So we assess each other. We've heard things about each other. I heard your campaign promises. I heard your promises to your constituents. And so here's the logical thing. So I'm bringing all that to bear which should be a collective situation. Because it's amazing. Because when the community is upset, they don't say, Mayor, I'm upset with you. What do they say? That's city commission. You may have been on the upside or the downside, but they lump us all together because what happens is when you become a city commissioner, you're acting as one body. You're one person with many members. That sound familiar? Okay. So a few of the emotions associated with trust are companionship, friendship, love, agreement, relaxation, conduct. So it's amazing because when I see you all at the League of Cities, there's Pahokee. Whatever conflicts, disagreements, different policy positions, you set them aside to go to Orlando together because that's what they say. Oh, there's Pahokee. Y'all sit, y'all have lunch, y'all go to the same sessions, right? And so this is what I was talking about: companionship, friendship, love, agreement, relaxation, or comfort. Okay. So ways, I like to talk about ways to define trust. It's better for me to, one is trust means being able to predict what other people will do and what situations will occur. So as a board and as staff, you want some predictability. It's like there's an old saying that, you know, when you get to the house, especially if you have a ruly companion, you throw your hat in. If you stay in, you're okay. But sometimes it comes out. So it's unpredictable. And none of us emotionally want to be in an unpredictable situation. The commission don't want to be surprised. Is that correct? Staff don't want to be surprised by the commission. You want some predictability. So if we are surrounded by those we trust, then we are able to create a safe, present environment. And we learn each other. We learn your ideology, how you approach situations, your thought processes, and how you're going to respond. We build our outlook on the world based on what? Based on what? Experiences and what others have told us, and then fill in the blanks. Second definition is trust means making an exchange with someone when you may not have the full knowledge about them, their intent, and or the things they are offering. So there has to be reciprocity. It binds us together. It creates trust and value exchanges. You know, I'm going to share information or data that I think that would help with the decision making. I'm not perfect, and the data is not always right, but it's what we have at hand. And when we find that it was not correct, it doesn't mean that your trust should be broken. We have to work through that. It says you trust your employee to provide good pay and safe work environment, and you will provide your best performance for them. So that's a value exchange. For the team, I mean, the commissioner expects you to come and give your best and be the best. And then they will compensate you. They will look for the best benefit packages. They will fight for you. The citizens voted you into office because they trust you will make the right decisions for them for a better place to live. And elected officials, and if you're not creating that collectively, then you're failing your promise. You're failing your promise. And in this beautiful world of American democracy, we have representatives. So what happens is that we bring many ideas together to actually come up with the best approach. My clicker. Okay, so definition 3 is trust means giving something now with an expectation that it will be what? Repaid. The bottom line, folks, is that you have to give yourself. It's like a marriage. Whose marriage in here is promised that it will not fail or that you will not have any problems? Anybody got those kind of marriages or promises? But what do? You give yourself to your spouse unconditionally. Now, out of 10 times, your spouse is going to give themselves back to you and love you. But there's no guarantee that after you have given yourself, that they walk out on you. And I use that as an analogy. Because this thing in trust, you have to give yourself. You have to give the best of yourselves to each other in policy making, in representing the community, working with staff. Even sometimes staffs are timid. They say, no, I'm not going to give them that bad news. Why? Because I don't trust them. Thus, you never get the bad news. You can't make the appropriate policy decision to eliminate the situation. And so there must be an environment of trust where I can make that exchange and know that it's going to be okay. So when we talk about giving something now with an expectation, this type of trust creates a more flexible environment where you can get what you need when it is needed. The fourth one is trust means enabling other people to take advantage of your vulnerabilities, but expecting that they will not do so. And that's deep. But you create a culture and you create a working environment where you can let folks know that I'm vulnerable, I don't know, I don't understand, and basically where they don't take advantage of your vulnerabilities. So, why did we talk about trust? Trust is related to credibility. If you have demonstrated you cannot be trusted, no one will listen to your ideas. No matter how great, good your ideas, if you're not credible, your ideas never get on the table. Your ideas never get implemented. You had good intentions, you made promises, but you didn't develop trust among your colleagues so your great ideas could become policy and staff can implement it. And you know, this thing about pointing our fingers at the other, well, you know, I couldn't pass that because so-and-so, the public doesn't care about that. They want an improved life. They want better living conditions, better roads, better parks and recreation. I mean, they want all those things. And they don't care whose fault it is. You all did not work through it. And guess what? It's because trust wasn't there. And that's what you all have to work through. So trust is the opposite of fear. You are trusted, your community will follow your lead, even when the path to the solution is scary and difficult. Don't be afraid to work through the difficult situations. So I went to a city, Biennial, 4 years ago, and you know, my economic development background helps me quickly assess the state of the infrastructure. And within a week, I realized I got a major problem. I have a failing wastewater system. We're at 80% capacity, and DEP is going to stop us from writing building permits. So I'm a public manager, and I just saw the big picture. I have no facts or data. So we hire an engineering firm, Kimley Horn. Sure enough, boom, come 2022, we're going to run out of capacity. And so I'll never forget when the engineers came back and we sat and talked. And I said, well, in our advance, we're going to bring this forward. And the staff said, we can't tell the board. What? We're going to tell the board their condition. I mean, if they run me out of town, it wasn't because I did not try to tell them what the state was. I'll never forget, so when we did that with the board, the mayor said, oh my God, you're scaring me. And I said, Mayor, you should have been scared 10 years ago. What I'm saying, folks, is that and staff, you just have to be grossly honest. That's how you build credibility and trust. Because guess what? That was only the beginning of some major policy steps that they had to take. I mean, real political policy states. Well, what do you mean? I told them that we need to do a master utility plan. I'm a small city, like you. What's your population? 65. See, y'all larger than me, 3,000. And I'm saying you got to spend $500,000 on a master utility plan. Most small cities know they need to do it. They won't do it. But that's all, you have to have a roadmap to get out of your situation. And so we did the master utility plan, and we now know that we have over $40 million worth of improvements over the next year. And guess what? The first one is $20 million expanding and rebuilding the wastewater plant. Okay. Now we know that. We don't have the money. We got to find the money. Well, you go through a financial analysis, come to find out, they weren't charging the utility fees they should have been charging. Huh? So now, here is another big step. They got to raise utility fees by 36% over the next 3 years. Tough decision to make. But we had established credibility and trust by bringing them the information. And thank goodness, we've added up our dollars. We have about $28 million in grants and loans. And basically, we're in the process of getting permitted for the new wastewater plant. And what I share with everyone is that you really need to commend my board because they made some tough decisions. But the staff, the reason they were able to make that tough decision is because we established trust and gave them the information that they could make a decision and that they could defend it in the eyes of their constituents. So, trust helps with damage control. When something goes wrong, your community will look to you, not elsewhere, for leadership, guidance, and solutions, and then you can tell them. We told them easily, one, we're not going to be able to write new building permits. The commission had to accept that we made a boo-boo. We stopped doing the automatic increases because, public said, I don't want to water you. And so over the years, they stopped doing the automatic increases. And they told them, they said, we should have kept increasing so that we wouldn't have to have that. And what we've tried to do is we're trying to manage this where it will only be 3 years. And what we did was we told the commission that we would do a financial assessment each year. So if we get to the place where we don't have to reduce year 2, year 3, that's fine. The point is, it started on that day that we told them the truth. It wasn't pretty, but it started a plan, a policy plan for them. So I'm quickly going to go, I'm not going to spend much time. We're going to talk about roles and functions of governing board and councils. And, you have your city charter, and it's like your constitution. And I encourage the elected officials to become very, very familiar with this because this really outlines your role. And a lot of candidates don't read this before they run and they make all these promises, but basically it's really outlined in charter what your role is. In Florida, a city is recognized with certain rights. We call it home rule. You establish local laws. You're not counties and you're not school districts, but you do have taxing authority, and basically you do have to operate in the sunshine. So, specifically, all powers of the city shall be vested in the city commission except those powers specifically in the charter regarding charter officers. And I think you have 2 charter officers, or 3. You have the city manager, the city clerk, and the attorney. And so basically your role is actually setting policy. And then you adopted, and I'm not sure what year, you've been around a long time, what year you adopted the city manager form. Did you all always have the city manager form?
I can't recall.
Okay. So there were, basically, when you look at some cities, the mayor is...
I take that back. Originally, it was a strong mayor
Right,
government.
right. Right. And so that was very typical here in Florida. The mayors were the chief administrators, and they hired administrator to run the day-to-day. Some mayors ran the day-to-day. But also there were a lot of indictments of mayors also. And so most cities started, they adopted what we call the city manager form of government. That is the city commission role is policy, not day-to-day, not hiring, not firing. You only hire 3 people and you only fire 3 people. The day-to-day operations is vested in the city manager. And you do see commissions sometimes get in trouble. So here in your charter, it speaks to commission-employee relations. Neither the city commission nor any of its members shall in any manner dictate the appointment or removal of any city employee, nor shall the commission or any of its members give orders to any employee other than commission orders to a charter officer. And that is through your city manager's office. The commission or its members shall deal on all matters through the appropriate charter member. And it now lays out the role of the charter. The city manager hires, fires, basically prepares budgets, directs staffs, etc. The city clerk, basically there's ordinance as it relates to the city clerk's duty and the city attorney. And once again, when we talk about the trust, this and the credibility as the mayor and the commission, this becomes very, very important that basically you stay in your lane as policymakers. Staff, it's very important for you to stay in your lane and not go to elected officials. Now, the way I have run my organizations is that basically when an elected official asks you for information, data, you give it to them, but your city manager should know about it. But if you're going to the city commission or the mayor with your own plan and operations and opinions and so forth, you can't be on my team. Because what happens, staff, is that elected officials, and we're going to talk about that, they operate at a different level. And at any point in time, you will get burned. Because ultimately, they report to who? The voters. And so basically there's a reason for this, and it protects you. It creates credibility with your commission, because if you having sidebars with Commissioner Gonzalez on operations and so forth, and the mayor finds out about it, he don't trust you. Y'all done got quiet on me. Y'all done got quiet on me, Mayor. Huh? Okay. Because I don't know, and Gonzalez is not going to trust you too much either, because I don't know if you're having those discussions with Commissioner Bolden. So here's the trust factor, the credibility. I have 5 commissioners. Let me tell you, I work for over 50 elected officials, 10 mayors, 8 communities. And all 5 and all my elected officials, they talk to me, I'm none but ears. They talk to me about one another, I'm nothing but ears. Because if I'm going to tell you about Commissioner Gonzalez, then you know that I'm going to tell Commissioner Gonzalez about you. So I listen to my commissioners. I have no comment. And I tell them, I said, well, okay. I said, that's your opinion. But I treat all my elected officials as equal. They're very important. They want information. They want data. And what I've found in my 38 years, I don't have a whole lot of stuff that comes to me because they know I don't operate like that. And that they can trust me. That they share all manner of stuff with me. And so that's why your charter has this. So what are the basic functions of the commission? Passage of laws, policy, determination of city policy, selection of city manager, city clerk, selection of attorney, board, and committees. In short, you all are the policy makers. And we're going to talk about how you do that. Okay. Any questions or comments? I'm going to try to get you all back on time. So, I'm going to use my ruler. So we call this the partnership between legislative, executive, and administration. And this is very, very key. This is the council's sphere. This is where they operate. And I share this with my staff all the time because I want them to understand. They're in the community. People are talking to them. There are political factors. I don't care if you say, oh, they're just being political. Yes, they are. That's their sphere. They have to be political. That's what they ran on. They're not going to become elected and not be political, folks. Because guess what? There are political factors that's knocking on their door. There are constituents that have concerns. There's fears about values, family, community, and gratification. They want to know that the time that they're serving, that they are basically doing what their constituents have elected them to do. So, when a constituent calls the mayor, his next door neighbor, and says there's a pothole out there, pothole's about like that. By the time it gets to the manager's office, there's a whole lot of folks that's complaining about that 10-foot pothole. You understand? Because one constituent is like 10,000 constituents in their minds because everybody's talking about it. And so when we go out there as staff, we see this little hole, but that's the environment in which they operate, and it's okay. Now, what's your fear? You implement policy. Remember we talked about policy? Basically, you need to perform. If the commission's policy is to build 10 miles of road, regardless of your opinion, you may not agree. You may think it's a waste of money, but that was the policy decision they made, and you need to implement it. You have to build an organization based on values, that you're loyal, that you communicate, and that you're team players. You're results-oriented. And each one of you all bring an expertise. That's why you got hired. And also, guess what? There's gratification. So, there is what we call the governance is the process of shared responsibility. So, we kind of operate together in trying to get their policy implemented. And I'll show you a little bit more. So, what happens, board, you have to establish the mission, the goals. What results And guess what? You all only need 5 to 7 goals, what I call strategic goals. And when you do that, staff will put together initiatives that implements your goals. And along the way, there are policies, decisions that have to be made to implement the goals. Within the goals are initiatives. And then we have to manage that. Thank you. So, look at this now. This is the political policy realm. This is the board. Here's administration. Staff, just let me tell you. You know, sometimes we say, man, we got the most dysfunctional board, blah, 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 blah. That's how they operate all over America. The buzz, confusion, social media. They're walking around and people are buzzing. Some have facts, some have no facts. Now with social media, people just put their opinions out there. And guess what? Elected officials can't take the position that, oh, I'm not going to look at social media. They have to look at social media because that's where the chatter, that's where the buzz is occurring. Ambiguous positions? Yes. They're going to take positions that you think, man, why did they take that position? Because guess what? They have constituents that are sitting down with them that have ideas that they think will work, and it sounds good to me. I don't know all the facts. And so they bring that to staff and say, hey, can we try this? Can we try that? Or they expound the position. Yes. That's how they operate. They have generalized global viewpoints. They're not going to tell you just one person came about that pothole. They're going to say the whole city is complaining about that pothole. And I'm saying to staff, it's okay. That's how they operate. So, let's talk about the administrative side. So, we deal with performance issues. We establish strategic budgets with outcomes based on policies, operating realities and constraints. We have local regulations, we have state regulations, federal regulations. We have, and they're constantly changing. Money, you only can get so much money. Because you have homestead exemption, you have widow's exemption, you have disabled veterans exemption, you have, what do we call that, portability. All of these things are real. Then you got the property appraiser who's independent, has a methodology for coming up with values of property that you don't control. Administration has to focus, specific viewpoints. Don't get pulled out of focus. Stay out of the political realm. Do your job as administration. You're an expert in the fields. You bring recommendations based on knowledge and data, and you present that to the board to help them in their policy deliberation. As trust is strengthened among the board and the staff, most of your recommendations will be accepted. But if they don't accept it and vote your stuff down or don't accept, that's okay. You've brought the data, you brought the information, and at this point, it's their decision to make. Relax, staff. Be the experts. Make sure that the board has all the information to make good public policy decisions. You have to do your homework. You have to have your facts. So, one of the things that I do, and I've done this, and I've had some dysfunctional boards, but I learned, is that I manage the agenda. I'm not having 12 or 13, 20 things on the agenda. And I tell my staff, agendas have to be done 17 days. I think it's 17 days. Rodney, do you remember how many? Because was it about 17 days?
Yes, sir.
It's about 17 days. So my position is on the, even when I was at the Water Management District, on the day that we have the board meeting, that's when the next agenda coming out. And let me tell you why. Your elected officials need to have the opportunity to study the agenda items, come back to the city manager, verify, ask questions. And sometimes your elected officials want to go to their experts outside and say, hey, what's your take on this? And sometimes staff get offended. They say, we're the expert, and they're going, that's okay, that's all right. Their policy elected officials need to gather data and information, and they don't always gather it from you so that they can make a good public policy decision or have a good public policy dialogue. And so as staff, what we want to make sure is that we're giving them options, we're giving them pros, cons, and recommendations, and then you leave it there. So, I don't have a lot of workshops. You know why? Because I have a continuous dialogue. And that's what the manager at some point will work up to, where there's a continuous dialogue. So I may be on the phone with you on an item that you probably won't see for maybe another month. And I may be on the phone with you about that same item that you want, but we start having that dialogue. And you say, well, I don't know. Have you looked at this? Oh, I don't know. I've talked to someone, and it gives us as your team, as your experts, to go back and fact check those. And so when the item comes, we're able to have addressed your issues. So we all both operate in this area here. So staff has to transmit the buzz. How big is that pothole? Oh, it's one, it's small. So we should be able to get out there real quick and deal with it. Amplify the buzz. If it's a problem and if it's a situation, we need to amplify it, make sure that it's addressed, that our elected officials have all the information they need. Many times we have to absorb it and redirect it. A lot of times the public doesn't even have all the information, and it's perception. But we have to, as staff, make sure that they have the ammunition to be able to address those issues. And we have to translate and we have to educate. So let's get into habits of effective boards. Do you all need a break? Anybody need a break? Okay. And this is, I'm really talking to the mayor and the commissioners. So, at the end of the day, the public holds you all responsible, accountable. And if you don't believe it, they vote with the ballot. They speak with the ballot. They may come up and raise all kind of hell at the meeting, but at the end of the day, they speak with what? The vote. So why are they holding us to a higher standard? Because they are the level of government closest and most accessible to them. So this is not like federal government. This is not like state government where you can run to Tallahassee. It's like when I went to work for the Water Management District. Man, I love working for the Water Management District because it's hard to get to us. Whereas when I was in the city, boy, they'd be sitting on your front step. Or they'll go to the mayor's house. But folks don't go to Governor DeSantis' house. Can't even get in the gate. Knock on his door. They come knock on your door, right? Your door, right? Huh? You don't have security, a big fence where they can't get in, right? That's what Governor DeSantis does, and the president. So you are the closest to the people. Some of them are your issues, and some of them are not your issues. You know, folks may complain about the road, condition of the road. It's a state road. The only thing you can do is pick up the phone and call the state representative or the secretary of DOT and say, hey, you know, I'm having problems. But guess what? They have a strategic plan. I don't care how much you complain. That road is in year 5. That's why we're going to talk about strategic plans and strategic thinking, because that's what you have to have. The public needs to know you can't do it today, but we have it in our strategic plan. As a result, citizens do not easily tolerate elected or appointed boards or officials who do not exhibit effectiveness, integrity, and competence. And so you work on this individually as well as collectively to become effective, competent individuals. So Thomas Cronin says, making things happen that might not otherwise happen and preventing things from happening that ordinarily might happen, it is a process of getting people together to achieve common goals and aspirations. Leadership is a process that helps people transform intentions into positive action, visions into reality. So, you all are leaders in the community. And there's an expectation that leaders will come together and that they will establish positive action, visions that may come into reality. Next one. So, effective governance and leadership skills and habits, they don't magically happen. You have to deliberately develop them. Just because you take the oath doesn't mean automatically, you know, you're a great policymaker. This is something you have to work on. you learn, you acquire, you establish principles and strategies. And I call them effective habits and traits that occurs individually and collectively. Trust is one of those traits.
Dr. Jackson, a critical staff member was out when you were talking about how many days out agenda should be made. I just wanted to make sure we revisited that so that she could understand that. Not to point out anybody, Dr. Jackson, I'm just saying. You said in Biennial we did 17 days out, basically right after the end of that commission meeting.
Yeah.
Just so you understood that, Ms. Warner.
And I can talk, and I explain to you the rationale behind that, and I've talked about it. It's really helping to prepare. So I'm gonna tell you, everywhere I've gone, when I got there, they had 2-3 hour meetings. I'm down to an hour. And you know, sometimes I say, man, the public gonna think that we've violated sunshine because it's boom, 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 boom. But it's not the first time they've seen it. When I was at the Water Management District, they were briefing board members, because everybody flew in, they had board members in the hallway briefing them on items on the agenda. And so I said, no. So basically, at the Water Management District, it was a month ahead. And unless it is a dire emergency, I don't even violate it to put something on the agenda the last minute. I've been in Biennial 4 years, and I've only done it twice.
Okay, so that's twofold for me. Number one, 17 days is wonderful. Does give commissioners enough time to do whatever they need to do their research. However, as a commissioner, you have to make the commitment to do so. All right? If you get the information 17 days ahead of time, and you don't do your research, and you don't commit yourself to diving into whatever issue that is and asking questions, those questions get brought to the commission meeting, which is why we have 2- and 3 hour meetings. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. And once again, it is a process. And I put this back on the city manager. It's a dialogue. But when you establish strategic priorities, you're not surprised when things, I've had commissioners say, I want, folks come and they say, we need affordable housing, we need affordable housing. And the commission say, we need to do something about affordable housing. I say, it's in your strategic plan. We haven't gotten to it yet because these are the things that need to be done. So it's coming. It ain't coming next meeting. It's coming. So what I'm saying is that you establish, and as I go on, we'll get there. You establish what I call strategic dialogue. It's ongoing. And so when it comes up on the agenda, you've heard about this thing at least 3 times from your manager and from your staff. It's a continuous dialogue. And then staff has had the opportunity to go back and say, hey, Commissioner asked me about this, or what's the cost, what are the alternatives, and we're able to get back. Because basically as a manager, I don't want to be surprised in the meeting, because it does not give me and my team an opportunity to appropriately respond to you. What I tell staff is, for me, commission meetings is not haphazard for me. You know why? You all as elected officials, how often y'all meet?
Twice a month.
That is why you got elected, is for those twice a month meetings to make policy. And then the other most important thing is for you to adopt a budget and have the information so that you can appropriately adopt a budget. And when I tell staff, that, for me, as the manager, is most important. I didn't get elected to write policy. You got elected. And that's what we were talking about. That's what the public expects, that on those 2 nights, that you become experts in policy making. And as staff, it's very important for us to make sure they have all the data and the information they need to make that decision. And not just the data that I believe in. Give them the pros and cons and say, hey, this is my recommendation, but here are some pros and cons, here's some options. City manager, me, I have very little to say in the meeting, except when my time come up on the agenda. And sometimes I've had commissioners say, Dr. Jackson, what's your... I don't get in there. I gave you the data and information. This is your time. This is your time to have that policy deliberation. So, and I'll tell you, it has worked. And I think my boards enjoy, getting to the meetings, doing the policy deliberation. That's when it really becomes enjoyable, because you really get out of what I call the pothole policy deliberation, and you start working on big stuff that really begin to impact the community. Next one. So what we're going to do is just quickly go over 10 traits. I'm going to actually spend some time on think and act strategically. You all have to develop into strategic leaders. And that's the only way that you can accomplish shared vision for the future. And so decisions made in the present are done by looking at the present from the future. And so this means that the policy decision being made in the now will shape and achieve the goals and visions created for the future. So every policy decision you make, you should ask your question, what does that do? I mean, at the end of the day, what does it do? How does it impact the future of this community? But you have to identify the issues to be addressed, and you can't address them all in 1 year or in one commission meeting. And this is where staff will help you. Identify issues to be addressed and developing long-range goals and plans. And like I said, I'm not going to spend much time on that because I have a whole section. So, the second one is respect shared constituency. You may have one, and you may have a certain constituency, but once you get elected, all the citizens are your constituency. And you have to respect your shared constituency. Sometimes there is an overlap of services provided by entities serving the same people, or an overlap of jurisdictions, and we have that all around us. We have the state, you have the housing authority, you have water management, and then what's the other water group here? The basin. You got a basin group here, water basin. What's it called? Okeechobee Water Basin? They're located in Belgrade. Huh?
Water utilities or water control district?
Water Control District. So you got South Florida Water Management District, you got the Water Control District. You see, so they are overlapping. And so what affected councils will do, a lot of times we become critical of those overlapping, but we have to learn to recognize the shared powers and authorities of these and basically coordinate, integrate, and collaborate with them. And what I call leveraging, you leverage your resources, your intellectual resources as well as your financial resources for policy making. Don't become, this is the city. We make all these decisions. No, there are other folks that's involved that impacts you. Next one. So the third one is understand and demonstrate elements of teams, teamwork. The council, you have to learn to like each other. This is a winning team for the residents of Pahokee. Do you see the Miami Dolphins or Florida State or what country I'm in? University of Miami? Do you see those team members arguing? The coach comes out with a plan. That's a strategic plan for the game. And they work the plan. Right? Now, that's the game. What about what you do every day that impacts the livelihood of people? Can they live? Do they have decent water, housing, jobs? And if you don't think that's real, you just go out there and talk to them. And they will let you know emotionally how they feel. That's the job that you all have been called to do. Is to make sure that individuals have decent employment, decent housing, decent community to live in, affordable. And if that's not happening, I'm telling you, collectively, you all are failing as a commission. It's not about politics with those people. It's about survival. So it's important that the council use your diversity of individuals who have their own ideas and plans and intentions, but citizens expect their officials to conduct business by speaking, acting, and fulfilling commitments in a unified voice, working together. We are committed to the best of housing. Not just Commissioner Gonzalez committed. It doesn't make any difference. Forget about the I campaign, and now you're with the we, Pahokee City Commission. That's what your citizens are expecting. And so, there are fundamentals of working together, clear sense of purpose with clearly defined roles that unite talents and capabilities. And sometimes you all just have to have a discussion about that. Don't shy away from it. Hey, let's just have a frank family meeting. You have to do it in the sunshine. What's your goals? What's your opinion about affordable housing? Well, I got a strong opinion. Well, I don't have such a strong opinion. Well, why? Let's talk through it. Let's work through it. And then come out with a unified vision, goal, or objective about affordable housing. Economic development is the same thing. You got some people don't believe in corporate welfare. Others say that we need to incentivize it. Well, let's have a discussion. Is it really corporate welfare? Or is it an investment for jobs and capital investment and tax roll expansion? Oh, that's what it does? I have a different opinion. Have those discussions. That's what policy dialogue is. And we don't want commissioners that walk like each other, talk like each other, quack like each other. We want your diversity. We want your ethnicity diversity, your gender diversity, your professional diversity. That's what makes the best policy. Because you bring your opinions and your experiences to bear on that policy. Integration of members who have decision-making competence. Commitment to team success and quality performance. Be committed that we are going to work as a team. And if I don't understand you, I'm going to ask you, can you help me understand? Help get me on the same page that you're on. Climate of trust, openness, mutual respect. How do you measure success and performance? Oh, just coming twice a month? How do you measure success? What can you tell your residents? So each time when you establish a set of goals and objectives and you have successes, so when you go to the Rotary Club, before I give my speech, let me tell you some of our successes. We told you we were going to do X. When you go to the builders and contractors, they may be asking you to speak on something technical. Say, hey, before I start, let me give you some of our successes. Well, we don't do a good job as elected officials until election, and everybody's on to that now. They read right through that. We know staff put that little list together for you to tell them all the things you've done. You're supposed to have that ongoing dialogue about your successes, your accomplishments. You need to let the public know what you're doing for them. And you have to have principles and discipline, respect. They say you can disagree without being disagreeable. Mayor, I just don't agree with you on that, but that's okay. I accept it. Making small group decisions Small groups should demonstrate skills and behavior which link their membership together. Sometimes you all just have to have fun, Mayor. You have to laugh. 3 years, y'all serve, or 4? 3. You got to work with each other twice, at least twice a month for 3 years, plus see each other at functions. You got to learn to like each other and like the work that you're doing on behalf of the community. The community, they are reading you. The scripture says that we are known, we're read and known by all men. Guess what? They're looking at you all's relationships. They can pick up the body language. If there's not good vibes, they said, man, they don't even come to the meeting. How they know y'all won't get along? If you don't get along. I'm not saying y'all don't get along. But how does it, you know, people come up and tell you, so that's a shame. Well, they're at the meeting. How they found out about it? Because I think negativism has an energy. And it goes out. Word of mouth. Social media. It's not always what you say to each other, it's how you say it. It's not always what you do, it's how you do it. It's how you make policy. You can deliberate back and forth, and you can have counter opinions and so forth, but at some point you come to a point of agreement in your spirit. And this is the direction we're going. You may have been on the down end of the vote, but you don't go out there and say, that's what those 4 wanted, I didn't want it. They don't see it like that. Well, this is what we voted. This was the majority of the vote. So you have to have clearly defined processes for decision making, which will achieve growth, vision, and fulfill the purpose. So if the agenda, timing, and all that is an issue, then that's a process that you fix. And if you all prefer to have the agenda whatever days ahead, the city clerk and the city manager work for you all. And you tell them, this is what we want. Skills necessary to a small group, ability to work and interact, knowledge to do the job, and this is what the commissioner was saying, you got to do your homework also. You got to do your homework. And that's why you sit with your city manager. And my trust is that the city manager puts together a dynamic team, that the dynamic team does the day-to-day operations, and he should be spending much of his time with you. But if he's always putting out fires, it's hard for him to be proactive with the dialogue. And so directors, that's why you have to become dynamic leaders and managers and administrators, not just only in your department, but you have to work cross-functionally with each other. Because when the manager is doing his job, dialoguing with their board, getting them the information, you all are making sure the day-to-day operation and the initiatives are being implemented, you will find that your board will be much more effective too. So it's on you too. Next one. Have clearly defined roles and relationships. So roles have two elements, function and performance. And your city charter describes those. Performance must be defined through discussion to identify the behaviors and the practices expected of the council members, while the conduct of their duties and their interactions with each other, staff, the citizens, and other stakeholders. You have to be committed to being cordial with each other, being respectful of each other's opinions, being cordial with those unruly one or two residents. And that's what we call active listening. Don't get into a dialogue or debate with residents. Human nature, most times I just want to let it out. And we'll get back with you with an answer. Because when I'm hot and mad, I don't care what you say. I'm not listening. When we create that kind of environment, culture in your commission meetings, in your dialogue, it makes your policy-making process a lot smoother. Then no one has to be emotionally charged, but you all can make good, rational public policy decisions. And so many times you have to talk about and define the expected roles, relationships. And the three individuals that work for you all, come up with what your expectations are. Don't let the city manager just be operating and then you mix messages. Just clearly define it. We work for you all. Isn't that right, Rodney? Yes, sir. We work for you all. So if you want the agenda out in 5 days, you're going to get it. If you want it out in 20 days, you're going to get it. Because that's your work. Honor the council-staff relationships. Council makes policy, staff implements. We talked about the continuing between the policy and implementers and the policy makers. Council-staff relationships function best when vision-driven and goal-based. So councils focuses their time and energy on establishing vision and goals, making good, sound policy, and empowering effective staff performance. So if that's not what you are spending your time on, you're wasting your time. Spend the time on establishing those goals. And as I said, 5 to 7 strategic priorities. And within those priorities are initiatives and projects. And then staff will go and put together a work plan for implementing those initiatives. And so the policy decisions comes because then they will bring those initiatives and they will say, here are the goals, objectives, here are the options, here are the costs, here are the results. And you vote it up or down or modify it. But you shouldn't be surprised, where did this come from? No. It's one of your goals. It's in your strategic priorities. Next one. Oh, no. Councils who cannot do the above fall prey to micromanaging and becoming involved in daily operations, which is a violation of the charter. And in small communities, that's hard for elected officials not to get involved in the day-to-day. But you have to stay out of the day-to-day. Establish those strategic priorities and hold staff to bringing you the initiatives and priorities within those strategic priorities. Next one. Allocating governing body time and energy appropriately. Now, you ran for office, got to do your homework. I had one county commissioner, he had his own business, but on Thursdays, that was his day off, because he did his work, commission work, and commission meeting wasn't until the next Tuesday. And I always told him I was very impressed with him for doing that, because it makes our job as administrators so much easier, because he would ask questions, or he had none, but the ones that weren't prepared, yeah. And that's really not fair to you all. When you've done your homework, and for them to take up time. And to be very honest with you, collectively, it is not my role as the city manager to point that out. I think the mayor and his colleagues should say, hey, John, it's not fair to us that, we're here 4 hours because, you didn't do all your homework. And we encourage you, if you have any questions on the issues, to basically ask the city manager to get you all the information. Because I'll tell you, most times it puts us on the spot, because we are not prepared to answer all the questions or the nuances of the information that you need. And then here comes the trust factor, because I can't give you the answers. Now you don't trust me because you think I'm trying to hold back information. But you're the one not prepared. Correct. So it says, an effective council will devote time to key areas: setting goals, hold at least one goal-setting session a year. January is my goal setting, always. And the first year in Biennial, we establish strategic objectives: increase economic base, financial stability, quality of life, organizational excellence, technology, and infrastructure. When I was at the Water Management District, I did the same thing. Strategic plan drives budget. What were they? Coastal watersheds, comprehensive Everglades, District Everglades, Kissimmee watershed, Lake Okeechobee, land stewardship. Now you see within here, there are initiatives and programs. Same here. In Biennial's first year, increase economic base. So what was the goal? Complete construction of a major road, develop a performance-based incentive policy and program, develop a set of initiatives with businesses, residents, media, work with community partners. So now these become items. So at some point, we brought the business-based incentive policy program. So staff developed it, and now here is one of the policy initiatives that you all deliberate on, you adopt, and it has measurables. So that's where your work should be occurring. And so when the public comes and says, what are y'all doing? You say, here, we have a strategic plan. And in that strategic plan is exactly what you're talking about. It's in there. We just haven't gotten to it yet. But we see it. We're working to it. It's year 3. You call DOT right now. Who's had dealings with DOT? You can call them about a road. What do they tell you to do? Look on the plan. And guess what? They're not deviating from their plan. And they're able to communicate that, yes, we have a plan. Now, there are times that there are things that come up that wasn't anticipated in the plan. That's when you bring it and say, hey, this is not in our strategic plan, but I think it's high enough priority. Let's have a dialogue. And can we add this to our strategic priorities or add it as an initiative? You want to keep everything you do within the confines of your strategic priorities and initiatives. And before you know it, wow, success.
You do yours on a calendar year. Is it better to do it on a calendar year or a fiscal year?
The strategic priority setting?
Yeah.
Well, I do it in January because it gives us a chance before going into the budget time to work through the strategic priorities. There are things that then, remember, the budget only funds your initiatives.
Right. But is it better to start your strategic planning the same time you start your budgeting?
No, because when you get to budget, you're looking at funding those strategic initiatives. So that's why we do it in January. And so once we start and so it's beautiful. I love it. Because at budget time, y'all may be different. You normally don't have enough money for everything that folks want to be done, right? So, I force you back to look at your strategic priorities. Was it in your strategic priorities? Because during budget time, you be bringing in stuff. No, we don't do that. Strategic priorities. So the first year that I was in Bunnell, we had more expenditure than revenue. It was like a $500,000 difference. And so I brought the budget to them in a workshop. And man, one city commission was so pissed at me. He said, that's why we hire you, to budget, to balance the budget. I said, but you have to make the decision on the strategic priorities. I'm telling you, I only have X number of dollars. So which projects is more priority? And then I'll bring that back to you, a balanced budget. And those things that did not make it, what I encourage staff to do is the next year, bring it over. If it's still a strategic priority, bring it over into the next year's budget. So my practice over the years is that I have done biennial budgets. Even with Water Management District, $2.4 billion, I started doing biennial budgets. You know why? Because it forces staff and the elected officials to start thinking more long-term versus just annual. Most capital projects take 18 to 24 months anyway. So if I'm going to be doing all my engineering in year one, and it's a $10 million project, but my engineering is only going to be $2 million, why budget the whole $10 million in the first year? You budget the engineering and then the construction a year 2. But unless you are operating strategically, you don't think that way. Staff has to think that way. Okay, the other thing is have clear rules and procedures for meetings. Meetings exist for the purpose of conduction of council city business. Many councils have drifted away from the established rules and procedures to just be nice. Rules and procedures do not preclude citizen input or comments. They enhance this by allowing input and comment while conducting business in an orderly, disciplined, and productive manner. You have to do that. That speaks volumes to residents. It speaks volumes to your other partner communities. With social media, do you all stream?
Yes.
I'm telling you, from an economic development standpoint, CEOs, site selection consultants, when they are shortlisted, years ago they used to come to the economic development person and say, can you give me your data? Can you give me this? Can you give me that? Guess what? They're going to your social media. And if you're not a sophisticated operating board, you don't even get a chance to even know that they looked at your community. Because CEOs and site selection communities want to be in a community that they know that that commission has its act together and it knows how to do business. Because if they're going to come to your community, they want to deal with a sophisticated board, a board that knows how to make policy and make decisions. But if you are a clown show, that's not the community they want to come. So a lot of times we talk about economic development, we're talking about incentive, and you can pass all the incentive policies in the world, but if you don't have some order and procedures of conducting your meetings and conducting business, it doesn't make any difference. They don't want to deal with the Mickey Mouse Commission. I'm just being honest with you. You know, I came today, I'm just being honest with you. Next one. So what you want to do is get valid, you see what it says? Valid assessment of public concerns. So there are different means. Seek feedback through proven research tools, focus groups, surveys. Some folks, when they do their annual goal setting, they bring the public in and let the public kind of share what is important. Now, the community is a very funny thing because most time when people are okay, they don't say anything. And so what we're hearing from is the loud minority. And so what we have to do is we have to get a valid assessment. We have to figure out a way for the public to tell us what's going on. Practice continuous personal learning and development as a leader. You need to read books on leadership, goal setting, listen to audios, go to seminars. I have a book here. It's anecdotal that I'm leaving some with the city manager, and it just kind of helps you develop your skill sets in being very good collectively as policymakers. The rule of thumb, especially if you're a new commissioner, is don't come aboard like you know everything, but find a commissioner that you can follow, their demeanor, how they handle policies, the rationale about their positions on items, and you can learn. How many years you been on here? 28? You can't discount 28 years. Even if he's just been sitting there, some of you learn, right? And so don't take the position because we don't agree on one item that, you know, I can't learn from my colleagues. So learning, continuous learning. Leaders read, they attend workshops, seek information. Highly effective leaders accept they don't know it all, but take advantage of the resources. They are not afraid to change their opinion based on the foreseeable outcomes. You need to know what's happening globally. Where are these gas prices going? Study that. See what they're saying. It's going to impact decisions you're going to be making. You're going to be making budget decisions in a few months, and I guarantee you the fuel has gone up. So yes, you're going to be impacted. Housing, cost of housing. Read about where's this housing market going, this bubble. What if this bubble bursts? People, they start foreclosure. What does that do with your taxes? Okay, next one. So governance is a serious matter dealing with serious business. So this cartoon says, here's some dark chocolates. Studies show it makes you think better. Why are you suddenly doing things that make scientific sense instead of your usual magical thinking? I just ate 3 pounds of chocolate. Wow, it works fast. So governance is a serious matter, dealing with serious business and vital issues that affect a community and the quality of the lives of all the people in the community. But keeping a sense of humor is still important. It lets others know that council members are human, and it refreshes your insight. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Great afternoon again. Great afternoon. We're going to try to get back. I want y'all to invite me back, so I don't want to be like that preacher there. Yeah. So this morning, we talked about governance, high-level, strategic priorities. We talked about trust. So this afternoon, I'm going to get into the third area, and this is strategic thinking. You've heard people say, man, we need a strategic plan, right? We need a strategic plan. You may have even been thinking today, say, oh yeah, we need a strategic plan. But you can't do a strategic plan if you don't understand strategic thinking. So as an elected board, you don't strategically think once a year. There's a set of characteristics that you have to develop that every time you're meeting, you're thinking strategically. And so, I'm not going to do that activity. Strategic thinking is a learning attitude. It's a disposition. And so, when you start thinking collectively, strategically, it's impossible to be all over the place. It's impossible to have what I call range riders or folks that's not working for the better good. So I'm going to walk through this. I want us to see this. The word strategic is derived from the Greek word strategos, which derives from two words, strata, army, and a goal, which is the ancient Greek for leading, guiding, moving to refer to a military commander during the age of the Athenian democracy. So this is strategy is a military term. A strategy is typically an idea or a style of thinking which sets a course of action that promises a winning future position. It's a course of action. And so your policies should be creating a course of action for a winning future. It shouldn't be disruptive, divisive, combative, actions that's moving towards a winning future. So in other words, a strategy is a plan of action. It's designed to measure progress toward a goal and achievement or accomplishment of an established goal. Reaching a goal is a win for policy and procedure-setting actions. So, any thinking that is in line and guided by the agency vision and mission, its strategy or planning is strategic thinking. So what is the mission? What's your all's mission? You have it?
We haven't voted on it. I presented to some scenarios of both a mission, and then the mission itself. But we're in that process. So we just recently had our retreat May 20th. Then we were going to have a community workshop on 27th, but didn't have a quorum. So I rescheduled that for a town hall for June 10th. And then after that, by our 14th is when I can get policy and things for them to vote on that. But we got to hear the community, and we're trying to get there in our initiative strategy. But bottom line is we have some critical issues of fixing streets, infrastructure,
Those are initiatives.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to have a mission statement, a vision and mission. Everything has to be going towards that. So any individual within the organization who acts or plans without taking into account the overall agency vision, mission, and strategy or purpose is not thinking strategically. And so I'll just share with you what we came up with in Bunnell. I have others. I have Lake County, but so for instance, our mission, the city of Bunnell will provide its residents, businesses, visitors, partners, and staff with valued, centric leadership to create a safe, sustainable, attractive, strong, and vibrant community while building on our rich heritage as the foundation to improve the city's economic future and to achieve the highest possible quality of life for the overall community through the exemplary service we provide. So that's our mission. So everything we do needs to be fulfilling the mission. So what is the vision? What is that long-term vision? When you close your eyes, what do you visualize? The city of Bunnell commits to building on its heritage while enhancing a high quality of life for all citizens. We pledge to work in collaboration with our residents and business community to foster pride in the city, develop a vibrant and diverse economy, and a thoughtful plan for the future. And then our commission had an additional one. The City of Commission of City of Bunnell is dedicated to providing its citizens, businesses, and visitors with quality services that ensure life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And everybody in the organization should know that. And I know that the manager is probably working on your core values. So these are our core values. And when you look at my book, they're pretty much the same in every organization that and it wasn't just me. I pushed this down throughout the organization. So here are our core values. I changed all our systems to match up with these core values. Our performance evaluation, you can be the most technically sound person in the world. But if you violate the core values, you're in default. Loyalty to the team, the objectives and the mission. Second one is teamwork. Cultivate a we environment. Be a passionate team player. The next one is communications. Share information freely. Maintain an ongoing dialogue. The next one is respect individual strengths. Embrace diversity. Next one is empathy. Care about people. Always determine what is important to the team members. Honor everyone. Demonstrate respect for all persons. Say thank you. Show appreciation in every possible way. Self-control. Stay open. Ask questions. And maintain a calm demeanor in the face of every challenge. Have a forgiving spirit. Professionalism always. Maintain a positive attitude and a pleasing personality. Cultivate creativity. Seek great personal satisfaction in helping others succeed. Be an active listener, quick to hear, slow to speak. Be a person of fairness and justice to all. Have an action plan, including results-oriented goals with measurable outcomes. Create a culture of warmth and belonging where everyone is welcome. Have fun, creating an environment where employees can think big and excel. Integrity, to be honest, open, ethical, and fair. Physical accountability, to be good stewards of agency funds. So, those are the values. And the reason why I share that is that when you start thinking and operating strategically, your value system also has to be in play. So what is strategic thinking? It's a way people think about, assess, view, and create the future for themselves and others. That's why being an elected official, you can't operate on flavor of the day. You can't make decisions what is politically, what's the word I wanted to use? Politically correct or politically for the moment. You can't do it because if you're thinking strategically and if you're establishing strategic priorities, it's for the long term. See, it is much more than responding and reacting to both day-to-day and long-term problems, opportunities, and new realities. It's much more. It is being proactive. That's why you do a vision and mission. Where do you want your community? What do you want it to look like? What do you want it to smell like, taste like, feel like when I come into your community? What feeling do you want me to have? What do you want me to see? If I come here to live, what do you want me to feel in the quality of living here? It is proactive, not reactive, and focuses on creating a better future and adding value. Strategic thinking always involves change and imagining the results we can achieve in the future. Forget about this is the way we used to do it. Forget about this is the community that we used to be. What I'm telling you, the world has changed. And if you're going to be competitive, if you're going to compete, you're not competing against, many years ago, you competed for the quality of life against Belgrade, South Bay, Clewiston, Okeechobee. No. You're competing against Kingston, Jamaica, someplace in China, someplace in Trinidad, someplace in Cuba. That's your competition. People don't have to live here. They can go other places. And it's a shame we go to the Caribbean and guess what? We have a vision. We say, oh man, what beautiful blue water. You see what I'm saying? Oh, man, it's so relaxed. You're not even there, and you can describe it. Pahokee should be the same way. Even if you're not here, there should be such a lively description of this community. That's what makes people want to come and live. That's what makes investors want to come and invest, bring businesses, bring housing settlements and so forth. You know, nowadays, site selection consultants and CEOs. So before I went to Suwannee County, and when did I go to Suwannee County? 2014. It was a dry county, been dry since the 1950s. Target, bringing a distribution center to town. They do all the work, find the position, find the site, ready to go. CEO brings wifey down. They kind of consummate the deal, and they want to go out, and she said, well, I'm going to go out and get a nice nightcap. Let's sit and celebrate. Guess what? Can't do it in Suwannee. And guess what wifey said? Multi-million-dollar project. Went to Lake City because she says, I don't want to move anywhere where I can't get a drink. We had everything, but we didn't have the quality of life. Guess what the county commission did? They're no longer a dry county. They look at schools. They look at public safety. They look at libraries. And guess what? That's not the CEO making the decision. That's his wife. Is this a quality of life that I want for my workers and their families? So strategic thinking always involves change and imagining the results we can achieve in the future. Close your eyes and tell me what type of Pahokee you want to see. So the reason why I want to share this is because there are you just don't do this, there are characteristics of strategic thinking that staff and commissioners have to keep at the forefront of their decision making. The first one is you have to possess the ability to move out of your comfort zone and use new and broader boundaries for thinking, planning, performing, analyzing, evaluating, and continuous improvement. And that's why we benchmark other communities. Look at a community that's your size, has your characteristics on a lake. Find that community. You over Parks and Rec? Parks and Rec. And look at their programs and the success. Start looking at the characteristics and the type of policies and the programs they have. What make them so successful? Look at other communities. So you can do it agency-wide or you can do it department or discipline-wise. I encourage the commissioners, do the same thing. Character 2, very passionate about what they do. They have a deep source of energy and motivation for the success of the community. Third, lifelong learners driven to teach others and share what they have learned. Fourth, differentiate between the ends, what, and the means, how. And elected officials tend to get those two things mixed up, but there's a difference between what and how. What are you trying to do? And how are you going to do it? They define and plan results at multiple levels before deciding how to achieve the goals. So you have to, policy making is not just making having a decision on an item and then being done with it. Many times you have discussions, what I call philosophical discussions about initiatives, about items. Going back to affordable housing. What is affordable housing? What is it to you? What should it look like? Is it housing that people own for 5 years and then they turn it over? Or is it housing that basically families can hand down to their kids? Those are philosophical discussions that dialogues that you all should have. And as you have those philosophical dialogues, then you may want to tell staff, hey, can you draft up a plan that gets us there? So that's strategic thinking. So, man, when you all are having those intellectual policy dialogues, that's healthy. Not arguing, just sharing ideas. So characteristic number 5, are you a risk taker? Do not limit yourself to current paradigms. They are comfortable investing and risking today's time for tomorrow's potential benefit. The 6th character, possess the ability to develop a vision, then use that vision as the foundation for strategic thinking and planning. So that's why your vision becomes so important, because you need a foundation. Continuously keep working, connecting, communicating, because they never take their success for granted. You have to continue to work it, stay focused, stay focused. As I tell my team, they say, how are you doing today? I say, I feel like I'm walking on the Empire State Building on the ledge with occasional gusts. But I'm staying focused and I'm flexible. Don't lose your focus or your flexibility or ability to change, make adjustments. And actually, all of us, this economy, the pandemic, it forced us to do things different, things that we've never done before. Especially government, people telecommuting. My finance director, she don't ever have to come back in. Whereas we had space for her, she's just effective being at home. So, the 8th one is can and will develop outrageous, extraordinary objectives that define the desired results in measurable terms. You got to think big, folks. You want Pahokee to be the best little city on the lake in the world. You got to think big. They may think you're crazy. Yeah, I like that. They think first and then, and then you begin to articulate it. And then you all put it in policy. And staff starts implementing through initiatives, through programs, through projects. And guess what? Those staff members that can't think strategically will jump off the boat. Those elected officials that come with agendas outside of the strategic priorities, they won't last. Because you are building a future. You're not building a political reputation for today. You're building a future for the community. You know, I love this. There are some elected officials, if they don't get reelected, you never see them again. What is that all about? They get elected, then they act it. They get elected, you don't say. What about your commitment to the future of the community? Do you have to be an elected official to be a leader? Leadership is about serving people. You can do that from many platforms. As a volunteer, as an elected official, as a block captain. But it starts with you all, Mayor. It starts with you, Commissioner Gonzalez. It starts with you, Commissioner Bolden. You all set the tone for the community. So now that we talked about strategic thinking, what is strategic planning? It involves preparing the best way, a plan to respond to the circumstances of the environment or a situation, whether or not all circumstances are known in advance. So government often must be prepared to respond to a dynamic, often changing, even hostile environments or situations. So one of the things as you're going through the strategic planning, there is a book by a guy named Swartz. What is his first name? Richard Swartz. And basically I encourage every community to get it. It's called Taking the Long View. And in that, it's scenario thinking. So as you are doing strategic planning, you're also saying, what if? Okay, what if? As you're looking at your budgets, long term, not just this upcoming budget, but long term. So what if gas prices go up to $10 an hour, $10 a gallon? What if? What happens? What impacts? What impacts does that have on us? Training. So as you're strategically thinking and as you all are doing policy making, that's the question, what if? Look at the alternatives. Because in this environment, it's not predictable, but if you go through the what if exercise and say, what if it goes to $10 an hour? What are the kinds of things we have to do to still operate? See, but you may not do anything with it, but you've thought through it. So all of a sudden, 3 years ago, boom, $10. Guess what? We've already had a dialogue on this. We have some ideas already. We don't have to panic. Yeah? So without these plans, a council is being reactive, not proactive, and could make a decision that is not for the long-term benefit of the entire city. So I'm saying, Pahokee, commit to me that you are going to become a proactive commission. A proactive commission. So being strategic then means being clear about your objectives, being aware of the resources, and incorporating both to be consciously responsive to an event, environment, or situation. So here are the difference. So when we do budgets, those are operational plans. Annual outlook, driven by a strategic plan, what we are doing today and this year. Strategic planning is 3 to 5 year outlook, driven by what? Vision and mission, over and beyond what we do today, establishes direction. Guess who's accountable? Leadership. You talk about legacies? You all want to leave legacies? It is having a long-term vision and strategic priorities. With you or without you, they still continue. You can sit back and say, man, I remember when we had that dialogue on there. And look at that big building 3 years, 5 years later. It happened. You initiated it. Through leadership, you initiated it. That's what public service is all about. It's about the legacy. You only can leave legacy by having appropriate policy dialogue and establishing strategic priorities. So the output is a guiding document for cohesive policies, priority, communication. You don't do a strategic plan to put on the shelf. So we come back with a report card at mid-year. Report card on the strategic plan. Huh? So you can see where you are. So you can tell the public where you are. There may have been some changes, some environmental or economic impacts that have not allowed us to get there. But this is where your work should be. Okay, city manager, when are we going to get our report card? And let's go through that. Of your strategic plan. And before you know it, all of a sudden you're going to have a list This is way back. Some of y'all probably wasn't even around. 2002, we in Lake County I led the biennial budget. And it funded the strategic plan. So each year when we did the budget, here's the focus area. We had only 4 focus areas: sustainable environment. And we had the strategies and results. And we basically listed the results of that strategy from that last year. See, that's what the public, this is before digital media. So then you do a state of the city here, right? We did a state of the county. There are the results of the strategic plan. Measured. Accomplishments. That's what your public wants. And then you start saying, wow, we are making so much progress. And you will find that the disruption in your community will begin to decrease because the public sees what you're working towards and you're going back and saying, this is what we've accomplished. What it does, it provides continuity for leadership. This here provides continuity for staff. So this is how it works, what I call the accountability loop. Your citizens' input, you get that from service on boards, committees, citizens academies, surveys, email, direct contact with commissioners. Then you develop commissioners, you develop your focus areas and goals. It goes down to the departments, and what we do is we develop the program goals, the objectives, and the measures. Everybody's in this now. Because now, in employee evaluation are individual goals that align with this. Now, so you can't put a budget together until you have focus areas and programs and objectives. Then you put the budget together to fund this. Then you tell your public, once again, about your 4 focus areas, and you continue the loop. So John Q, if it's you all go to build 10 miles of road, and you got 10 men on the crew, and Johnny don't show up, we're not going to accomplish the overall board's goals and objectives because we need 10 men to build 10 miles. So if Johnny doesn't show up, we got to do some performance improvement work with Johnny. And if Johnny can't do it, we're going to get him off the bus because as long as Johnny is still there, I'm not going to accomplish the board's overall goals and objectives. That's the reality of it. That's how everybody fit. Y'all gonna let Johnny derail the board's strategic priorities? So that's why when I do a performance evaluation, we have basically results, measurable results, that's expectations, that feeds into that. So true leaders serve people, they serve the best interests, and in doing so will not always be popular, may not always impress, but because true leaders are motivated by loving concern rather than a desire for personal glory, they're willing to pay the price. Any questions? Y'all want to talk to me now?
Dr. Jackson.
Yes.
I really appreciate you coming down and doing this for us. So last week, I just forwarded you a little scandal thing here. So we got this website called Pahokee Can. So some SJ Mac said, so what's this I hear about individuals in the city attempting to illegally divert ARCA funds into their own little private piggy bank? Lucas left a paper trail from Biennial through Groveland all the way to here. Why do we keep taking other cities' trash? This was honestly too easy. So to dispel a myth, for the record, have I taken anything or diverted anything from the city of Pahokee in my 3 years, city of Biennial in my 3 years under you?
No. But I wouldn't worry about that.
I'm not, but
Yeah.
it's just
I know, but
the myth.
Just stay focused. Do your strategic plan. They have all kinds of, you go and look at the media. I have a trail of rumors and innuendos, and it all works out. I've just stayed focused, and my commitment is to make sure your organization has a strategic plan, a strategic approach, and all else will take care. Basically what happens when your board is working in unison and making things happen, it speaks for itself. And so one of the things that I always have shared with Mr. Lucas, be dead to praise and be dead to criticism. And the other thing is that if you're not doing the good work, nobody's talking about it. That's right. So when you're doing the good work, and same with the board. When we've laid out a system, and if you create that system, I'm telling you, it works. And there will be results. You just have to labor through the difficulty of establishing those priorities, having those dialogues and discussions philosophically, and then come up with a unified goal, priority. And like I said, 5 to 7. And you don't change them every year. They normally stay with you 3, 5, 10 years. You may be adding new initiatives to them, but you know, unless you get a Mercedes-Benz manufacturer here, you get one of those, then you can take economic development off your list because it'll be here. But so just you know, any questions, comments, and I'm just sharing because I've worked with boards, large board, 9 members at the Water Management District, and then cities and counties, and basically I've found a proven process. Regardless of the politics, the he say, the she say, if you can get your board to developing a strategic approach, and guess what? As the manager, as elected officials, even if you're not here, those things still go on. Yes, sir.
I'll say this. Thank you for coming out and sharing your knowledge with us. The only thing that I don't like is when we sit in here and we hear all of these solutions to many of the problems that we had, we have a tendency of treating it like it was kind of just another day sitting and listening to someone. What I would like for us to do is really reflect on what we've learned here today and put in a concerted effort to internalize and implement what we've been taught today. I do believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that these strategies and everything that he shared with us is effective, and I believe it does work. But it only works if we make it work for us, if we choose to internalize this and actually use it and make it a part of our culture. It works then. It doesn't work if we sit here and we listen and then we go back to whatever afterwards. That's all I have to say.
I would like to say, you mentioned something earlier about many members but one body. For me, I feel as a city employee, and all of us that's here today, in whatever capacity that we may be functioning in, is that we learn that we different members, but we only one body. And I think the missions, if I'm correct, the missions and the vision is what bring us together.
Correct.
As one body, which means we have different functions in that body, but it's one goal and one cause. And for me, that means for my other member of the body to succeed is critically important for me to be able to succeed. So I don't wish the worst for him. Matter of fact, I should be willing to sacrifice to make sure that he succeeds, because my success is tied to his success. And as a body, as city employees and city workers, city officials, I think if we could come together, there was a word up there, continuity, coming together, another word, camaraderie, unity, oneness. If we could do it together, that's the only way that it'll work. We're not an island to ourselves. Public Works can't do it on their own without the help of all the other members in the city. The commissioners can't do it without the administration. The administration can't do it without the commissioners. So we all should and would be able to come together for the mission and the vision to be accomplished. That's just my spiel.
Mayor, will we?
Hey, I agree with what everyone's saying, and if we work together, pull together, we in this as a whole, not only just a whole staff, but a whole community, everyone has a role in making sure that Pahokee can move forward and progress and build a city that we desire for our future. So I appreciate all the insight and the strategy. I know we have to take a little bit from Fidel and the other city work for to kind of help guide us as a foundation, not to reinvent a wheel, but
Correct.
to enhance
Correct.
what's already
Correct.
and improve it to work.
And we're here to provide whatever assistance to the city manager or call on us. And like I said, and I think Commissioner Bolden really said, I think there has to be a deliberate, intentional, that you all do that. And I'll tell you, in less than a year, you will begin to reap the results and the reward.
So my commissioner was asking me about getting you guys this vision mission. I said, they already have a hybrid form because it was in the last retreat agenda that I had the mission, the vision, commissioner mission for them to comment or add on. So it'll be a circle back for us. Mm-hmm. But with this allows for focusing and coming together. Mm-hmm. Mayor Babb, has the department heads and assistant directors ever come together and sit with the commissioners in a building format like this since you've been mayor?
Not that I'm aware of, that I remember, no.
So this is a first, Dr. Jackson.
Very good. And this, as you all are moving forward with strategic priorities, these are the leaders that also need to be involved with the commission, because as you're coming up with, because you're all a big picture, and they can share some of the nuances, some of the benchmarks. There may be some things that's already being done that need to be elevated, and so what happens, you really become a team with your staff and vice versa. And it's not a we against they, but everybody knows their role, as I shared with it. You may have this dialogue in here, but when it comes down to it, the policy decisions, when they make those policy decisions, you have to say, okay, that's their role. And basically when staff brings recommendations based on their finding and their results, that's all they're giving you. So it's a great beginning. Rodney was with me when we started with Biennial. He happened to be in that first advance, and basically just to see how the organization advanced. And like I said, I sit back at commission meetings now. I feel very proud because it was a very dysfunctional operating commission. Now they operate very smoothly, in and out items, and that was because they got organized from a strategic standpoint and started functioning, staying focused. And before you know it, like the mayor was doing the state of the city, and she said, wow, man, all this, and she says at the end, she says, man, all this stuff we've accomplished last year. And because what happens when you have a strategic approach, your board meetings, you're tending to business. You are implementing, you're completing, you are giving authorization to move forward, boom, done. And before you know it, bam, you got it. And so, you know, like when you do those master utility plans or master record, you know, now you got that. Come budget time, you just put the next set of projects in the queue. Nothing to debate, argue. Here it is. You got a plan. So if you all do any kinds of plans, you want it to be strategic in nature, realistic, that those initiatives and items can be budgeted in the next 3, 5, 7 years and done with. I did that with the CRA in Hollandale Beach. I created what I call, the state says that you have to do a CRA plan, and I did an implementation plan with measurables. So that's, you want to be results oriented. What results in the future? What do you want Pahokee to look like, taste like, feel like, smell like, look like?
For a city our size, 6 or 500, we're really approximately 10,000 if you look at the outskirts of the city. But will a CRA be an enhancement or a benefit to a community this size?
Unfortunately, CRAs are gone. Okay. The state basically sunsetted the CRAs. And those that have CRAs, they will be able to run out their 30 years. So you can always create enhancement. The key to the CRA, the major key, is that the tax dollars that normally go to the county stays home. And so what happens is $5 becomes $10. That was the key. And so if you all didn't create a CRA before 5 years ago, you can't now. But yeah, Hollandale Beach was only, but it was 40,000 people, but it was only a 4.5 square mile, and I think 3 square miles of that was CRA. So that's always the challenge, is funding for small rural communities. And it is just, you have to sit. When I was in Lake County, this was in the 90s, and we were a county in transition. So that means we was no longer rural, but we was no longer urban. So now we can't compete in the CDBG, small cities, but yet we couldn't get the entitlement dollars. And I never forget, we had a solid waste incinerator, which the politicians created a sweet deal in the 70s. And the way it worked was that if we went over a certain volume, they charged us. If we went under a certain volume, they charged us. So we had to pay staff there every day to be looking at where we are. And so if we looked like we were going to be over, then we had to ask other counties, could they take our overage? If we didn't have enough, then we had to go out to other counties and say, can we take your garbage? That was like a $40 million, we had the highest tipping fees in the state. There were other issues, and what my board did, they sat down and they just really began to brainstorm on approaches. And so they came up with, we need to get out of this deal. So and it cost a lot of money, but they got out of that deal because long term it wasn't going to cost any money. during that period of time, they don't let you do it now, we decided to put a value on our right-of-way. And so every utility that put lines in our right-of-way, we charge them like a lease fee based on the value. The point I'm making, you can't do that now. The law has changed. The point I'm making is that my commission sat down and they worked through, they brought in different professionals that talked about investment, bonding, how do you do that? And so, we've done that in Bunnell. Bunnell has a CRA, but guess what? The time when they established the CRA, the next year the economy fell bottom out. So they have been underwater. They were underwater like $68 million. And we're almost out, about $6 million. We'll be out. And then we would be able to start collecting the CRA fund. But it's just having, it's sometimes taking your meetings and say, hey, let's have a philosophical discussion on, how do we get more revenue? What do we need to do from an economic development standpoint? Gaston County 3 years ago, asked me to come up and sit with their commission on economic development and how, what do they need to do? And I'll never forget, I met with them in 2 sessions, and then the 3rd session, the politics changed. So, and then the manager was gone, and then they forget. I get a call this week saying, the commission wants to sit down and this is what Commissioner Bolden was saying. They said they want to sit down and they want to establish, economic development priority. Well, guess what? I did a study for them. They just didn't follow it. They didn't use it. So if you don't use it, so now the new county manager, he said, I got it right here. And so I think, and I'm speaking to you as the mayor, I think you have to take the leadership on this thing, and you drive the items on the agenda for those philosophical discussions. Force your colleagues to let's have philosophical discussions on what do we want to be, what do we want to look like, what are the kinds of things we need to do. I think that's what the community wants from you all, versus reacting. And the thing that causes you to be combative is the reaction versus being proactive. Because, once the horse is out of the barn, everybody's all over the place. But if you can keep the horse in the barn and come up with a strategy of how do we go about easing ourselves out of the situation that we're in? There's realities. Not enough money. Tax values are low. Not enough industry. I don't care what your political position is, that's reality, right? And so basically, how do you grow your businesses? How do you create homes here that have value but yet affordable for your residents? How do you enhance the local businesses? That's the discussion I think the community always want their elected officials to be having. And years ago when I was in Lake County, I did a community forum. And what happened was it was right when the villages was coming in, and I was doing a talk, and the talk was, all these people coming in, but they don't want to pay any taxes. They retired, they paid them elsewhere, they don't. And so I had this community forum about 180 people, and we did like small group meetings. And what came out of that was totally different perspective than what I had and what my elected officials had. The people said, we don't mind paying the taxes and we don't mind paying for the services, but we want a plan. And then we want you all to tell us when it's been implemented. That's all we're asking. So what? They say, we don't mind paying for it, but we want you to have a plan, and when you implement it, we want you to come back and tell us it's done. And so staff, Lucas can tell you, and all your staff members, they're working every day. They're kicking butt. They're making things happen. They are what I call averting things that could happen. Nobody knows about it. But everybody's talking about those big, complicated issues that can't be resolved overnight. So as elected officials, just proactively get out front and say, hey, we know these are the issues, and we are going to come up with some strategic priorities for addressing them. It's a plan of action with measurable results. Economic development. I've been in the business 38 years, and I can tell you my foundation is economic development. And you've been around a long time, and what economic developers will do, they'll tell you, oh, I've been to this meeting, I've been to that meeting, or they'll tell you, oh, I brought in this business. What does that mean? The measurable is that I brought in a business, $130 million in capital investment. It created 500 jobs. The average salaries of those jobs was $38,000, $40,000. And the tax value is X. And so what I shared in Suwannee County, for every $1 that they invested in incentive, they got $172 back in return. We brought in a company that was $130 million, 500 new jobs, but it was ag land, 500 acres. They were paying less than $1,000 taxes. When we brought this company in, now they're paying $2 million in taxes. That's results oriented. And so everything you do, you want to show that you are creating results. What the public wants is that if I'm paying taxes, what am I getting for it? What kind of community am I getting? What kind of quality? But if I'm getting the same old, so now what happens, it becomes a political, what do you call it? What do you call that door that go around? Revolving door. They're going to be upset with you, so they're not going to vote for you next time. Then they're going to get somebody else in. They're not going to be happy with them. They're going to get them in. So that's what happens. And you never get, and the reason is because there has to be continuity of plan. If you don't leave anything else on the table, leave this city with a strategic plan, a strategic approach to solving the problems. And when you do that, that's one of the greatest legacies of any elected official, because it precedes you. They may not name any streets or roads after you, but you'll see the results. I ride through this state and I see the results. You know my first project? Y'all know where Channel 2 is in Orlando on I-4? My first economic development project for Eatonville. They were just like you. They needed that. They needed some revenue, big revenue. They had stopped reading water meters. 10 years. I told them we got to read water meters. I increased the millage by 2 millage. I had to change the culture. You know why? Because Miss Franklin was just used to taking whatever you got. That's all you got for your water meter? Just give me that. And Joe would cut off Miss Jones and say, I'll be back at 7 o'clock, and I'll turn you back on. So when you start doing the paradigm shifting, you have to do it all the way through. Sometimes people are not committed to the values and to the direction you're going. That's on your team. Well, they got to find another bus. Because that's the only way you're going to get there. And I'm not advocating that any of you all need to be gotten rid of. I'm just trying to share with you it takes entire organization. So you all have to be just as excited as the mayor and the commission about moving in new directions, about being problem solvers. This is not just a job, it's a journey. You're touching the lives of people. And if you don't make people's lives better in your role, you've just stole from them. You've just cheated them. And so I think what happens is the community, they sense that they're not really cared for through our actions. But I think when the public and the community and the constituents and the residents see that you are working tirelessly to come up with an approach to make this a better community, they will even step up to the plate and say, how can I help? So that's it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Jackson, for coming out. Thank you, commissioners and staff. This concludes our session.